All right. All right. All right. Think it's looking all right. Probably sounding all right. All right. All right. Excellent. So, live stream is up every Wednesday. I say it's usually right around 1 to 2. I want to start doing it around 1. But, welcome. I'm going to get everything situated here for the live stream. Thank everybody who's been popping in. And, I got to update that title just a little bit. That always bugs me. Where is it? Where's John? Okay. I'll update it later. But, I think when we walk with God, and I'm just going to start out this live stream, I don't care if people hop in yet or not. It's kind of early. I know usually I'm closer to 2 o'clock, maybe later. But today, church is offering a worship service. Well, it's good. Good to see you, David. Good to see the OG here in the chat. Well, yeah, my church is offering a worship service at 7 today, so I want to go support the community and go worship. But as you can see from the title of this live stream, 1 John 3:7, and I thought that was an interesting verse because within the past few weeks, there's been a lot going on in life, and times where I feel like I'm not, my heart's being hardened in ways, or I'm moving. I feel like I'm not letting the Holy Spirit work through me as much. And I think it's just me realizing I've been going back to my old ways of thinking that I know what's best, and I'm not allowing God to work within my life enough. And there's times where I think we all kind of do that because we get caught up in the minutia of work and of living life, doing things like that. Now, what I found interesting is I haven't had one of those thoughts where I'm like, I had the thought first. I was like, man, I really haven't had God, instruct me in a way into a scripture. And it was literally just woke up, haven't even fully gotten out of bed yet. It's a thought that's just running through my head. And I heard 1 John and then 1 John 3:7. And I was like, what? And so I'm going to just pull this up on the screen. But 1 John 3:7, New King James Version, little children, let no one deceive you. He who practices righteousness is righteous, just as he is righteous. And that's interesting, too, seeing the context after that. He who sins is of the devil, for the devil has sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. So I've noticed that in Christian YouTube, and I've been on the last few streams kind of talking about it, right? I've noticed there's two sides to it. There's the side of these people that they pastor, they preach, and they claim that they practice righteousness, right? But I had to realize part of the deception is the righteousness that they practice is more so things of the Pharisees, right? Fasting, important things in the Christian life and in life in general. And interestingly enough, other religions do, or other belief systems, even when I was in New Age, New Thought type of territory before I gave my life to Christ, I meditated. It was my connection with God. That was my thought with that. I would fast. I would, journal. I would do things that would try to get me closer to God and connecting to God. But I recognized that There are times that we can do things that are good and that look good, but then we're not putting our belief in God. We're just practicing righteousness. And that's why, now reading this out loud and going to 1 John 3:9, whoever has been born of God does not sin, for his seeds remain in him, and he cannot sin because he has been born of God. And I think that what that really means is that's why we needed Jesus, not that we are God. And I think that sometimes people could take this 1 John 3:9 and not see the first two verses before that. Some people can take what goes after 1 John 3:9. And so, basically, I've noticed there's a lot of Christians that they will take things out of context and not read out the whole scripture, and they won't exegete it into a way that it was meant to be interpreted. It's like, for example, I was watching a live stream today, and somebody who, and mind you, I saw it was on TikTok. And the first sign that it's a red flag to me on TikTok is it says creator earns commission. I'm all about people making money and being able to make a living. But when I went on there, and I don't really go on there. I wouldn't say I never go on there. I would say I don't go on there often. I just I kind of like using TikTok for their subtitles when I was making shorts. So it's easier to do that. But I watched his live stream, and I remember I watched his live stream months ago, before I had deleted TikTok, before TikTok was going to get banned in the US, and then it got banned for 3 days and brought back up. And the man straight up said, grace is a work. And it's funny that I read this verse, this is what I came to, and then I scrolled on TikTok, and it was there were some people that were actually looking to point you towards scripture and help you understand it from the context of which it's being said. And then there's some people just straight up saying that they're people twist, the man had the nerve to say people twist the scripture Ephesians 2:8-9. And I was I had to read it for myself. I feel like if you're going to say that, right, I'm going to look at the Bible and see exactly what you're saying. And it says, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest anyone should boast. But he was saying grace was a work. Wouldn't that contradict itself? And that's why I think I had that thought today of what I think one of the biggest battles with dealing with somebody who's just trying to walk by faith is really what discernment is. People think discernment is right and wrong, which it's not. Discernment is the difference between right and almost right. And I thought it was interesting that there's a lot of people that will read the scripture and then eisegete it, which when you look up this word, it literally means a personal interpretation of the text. You're reading yourself into the Bible. And it's tough sometimes because I'm trying to get the best understanding of the word, right? And it feels like when people do something like that, saying that they're twisting, people are twisting the scripture of Ephesians 2:8-9 and saying grace is a work, that sounds like eisegesis, giving your own personal interpretation. And I think the problem with that is you're not making the Bible and the word about who it's about. Like, it was about Jesus. And like, especially if you read 1 John 3:7 and then you go you go beyond just that one verse. I thought that was interesting that it's like I read that out loud and I'm like, okay, I'm glad I read that in context again today, because it's just showing you again and again, how many times does the Bible have to tell you you need a savior, and that no matter how hard you work or whatever good things that you do, you need him. Like, you need God. And you need Jesus too, because that's the only way really to the Father is through the Son. And I think that is the biggest hurdle I've noticed with Christian content creation is there's a lot of good and a lot of spreading the word, but then there's a lot of people that are so focused on their own like eisegesis, like reading themselves into the Bible, which if you really think about when the Bible was written, it wasn't even written for us in this time period. It was written for and I mean, especially like the Old Testament, it was for Israel and Jews, and then essentially the New Testament was written for if I'm not mistaken, like Greco-Roman. Right, and I think that that's the division within the body, is that there's a lot of people that certain, and I wouldn't say all of them, like, some of it, the divisiveness is just like, okay, we disagree on things, which I think is completely human. Like, nobody is meant to agree on everything. But then there's some of them where it's like, God gave me a new Rolex, and if you speak in tongues, that is 100% like, you have to speak in tongues and you have to cast out demons and do all this work and do all these things. And that's where the division in the body happens, is like, it makes it more focused on what the pastor's telling you than what is the Bible telling you. Literally, like if you read it all the way through. And that's why when I saw that on that dude's live stream, I don't want to give his name, when I first watched him, I'm like, okay, everything sounds good, but I was a newer Christian. And then I have that thought, like, why haven't I heard from God as much? And then that verse comes into my head. I'm like, I'm going to read it. So I read it, and then I go on TikTok, and then I start seeing all of that. And I was like, oh, so it's like, have discernment and realize that some people, they may not fully be understand, like, they're practicing righteousness and they are righteous. They're not necessarily doing a bad thing. But the problem is that it's still trying to focus on what you can do. And it just shows me that in how many different stories, like if you think about every major figure in the Bible, right? It's like it shows you that all of them were flawed, none of them were perfect, and the only one who essentially went to heaven and did not die was Enoch. And that was in the Old Testament. Like, he didn't have a physical death. But still, I don't think he was perfect. He wasn't Jesus. He wasn't born of God. He was still born of the seed of Adam. So we have to remember that, like, yes, we're flawed. We're going to make mistakes. And we were put on here to do good works. And we should do them. Like, we should help the homeless. We should help people get to God. We should help people. Absolutely. But I think that there's a lot of people that they're doing things thinking that they're doing something righteously. But then if you look at what they're saying in context, it's only to suit their needs and their ministry and not helping the body of Christ. And it's like selfish. And I mean, I've been starting to see it more and more. Like, I haven't watched the video, but I heard about that one pastor who locked up the doors and was like, all right, everybody, I know so some of you got $1,000. Like, we're trying to get to 40K. And they were like, ushers, lock the doors. And that's insane. Like, that should have never happened at all. And I've realized that's part of, I think the last few streams that I've been watching is like, why is it that it's been harder for me to enjoy Christian content? And I think it's because the division in the body. There are some people that are claiming to do righteous things, and they're doing it with such vain. And it's like Sam Shamoun, for example, he does a great job at completely annihilating Muslims. And that's part of the problem, is that he's like trying to basically destroy people and be right. But you being right is not what gets you into heaven. Like, think about how much wrong was done by many people when they realized they needed a savior. They needed Jesus. They needed that because they fell short. And there's a lot of people that are aiming to practice righteousness, right? And we all do. And I think that's why if we look further into 1 John, in this the children of God and the children of the devil are manifest. Whoever does not practice righteousness is not of God, nor is he who does not love his brother. For this is the message that you have heard from the beginning, that we should love one another. Not as Cain, who was the wicked one and murdered his brother. And why did he murder him? Because his works were evil and his brother's righteous. Do not marvel, my brethren, if the world hates you. We know that we have passed from death to life, because we love the brethren. He who does not love his brother abides in death. Whoever hates his brother is a murderer, and you know that no murderer has eternal life abiding in him. And it's just showing us that we have to, like, we're going to fall short, but I think practicing righteousness, right? That doesn't say you have to be perfect every time ever since you gave your life to Jesus. But it's saying we have to practice that. And whoever doesn't practice that is not of God, nor is he who does not love his brother. So I've noticed that there's some people that they're aiming to practice righteousness, right? But they're not doing it in a loving way. They're like vain, or they're doing it in a way that's very deceitful so that they can gather money from their congregation. And I've recognized that the more I've focused on God, despite whatever financial situation I'm in, whatever things I'm going through, the better my life is. But the way that I focus on God isn't just what I do with reading the Bible and praying. It's like showing it outwardly to the world. And there's times that I fall short, because even when I did my last job last week, for tearing down the rodeo stage, and I completely burned my hairline to a crisp. Like, literally, my scalp was like the worst dandruff I've ever had, dude. It was horrible, cooked. I should have shared the gospel, but I think that I at least planted a seed with somebody, because we were talking about, we've done music and we were talking about other things, and I was just telling him about like my experience with, not messing with hard drugs anymore or like psychedelics or anything like that. And that it's just a slippery slope. It really is. And, because he had friends that told him like, oh, you take Adderall, it can do that. And I'm like, okay, with any one of those drugs, there's a point that you get to where you become psychologically dependent on it or physically dependent. And you start wasting your money on things that aren't actually developing your life. And that basically when I was down that path, like I didn't really know God, but when I started giving my life to the Lord, things got better. And it's a testament too, because I think sometimes we are called to be in areas that like people feel like God isn't there when he is. And we're called to show love and show righteousness through our behaviors, through what we do, and show people that we don't have to live in that same way again. On top of that too, there was another person I worked with, like he very much was like, there's a lot of beautiful women in Houston. I cannot deny that. And they've got some thick buns. And he was constantly like, dang girl, like the whole a lot of the times when we were working, not to them directly, but like, people that were passing by, because there's a ton of people still tearing down other rodeo shows. And I was just talking about like, I don't think living in that way is good. And I think I talked about that in my last live stream, is that like when you aren't practicing righteousness and you're living within your flesh completely, because there's times where we fall short. I think for me, like I fall short with overeating. It's something that I've come to terms with, is like I struggle with that the most. And I think it's because I've been afraid to give it to God 100%, because it's always brought comfort to me. But on top of that, like there's times where certain things we do too much and we overindulge and we fall short. And that's like when we realize like, oh, even though I'm doing good things, that could be somewhere where I'm not practicing righteousness within my life. And that if you love yourself, you would do that. So on top of that, like I wanted to start the stream if you're new here. Yeah, I'm literally about to download this, because Serum, very fire. But yeah, I gotta see what's going on with the stream. I noticed it's kind of like bogging up and down a little bit. I don't know if I'm having issues with my internet, if everything's sounding clear. So it seems like people are checking it out, liking the stream. You know, just, oh, okay, I see what's going on. Hold on. Go ahead, if you're in here, say what's up. I appreciate everybody who's just been popping out and checking out the stream. But yeah, that's just kind of the vibe right now, is understanding what is Scripture trying to say, how can we live a better life, and how can we just do the things that we feel called to do, like music, and move forward. So on that note, I think what I'm going to do, because I finally finished the songs. I finally finished them, dude. It just took forever for me to like sit down and master them. I think I'm going to play them while Serum 2 is downloading, because I want to try Serum 2 when we make this new song. Because first part of the stream is usually just yapping, talking about the Bible, talking about life, connecting with y'all. If you're still in here, say what's up. If you're not, I wonder if something's just going on with my internet. Seems like it's streaming fine. Doesn't seem like there's any dropouts. When I'm falling down, you know I'm looking up. This one's called Up. You're calling, now I'm never giving up. I've been stalling, now I had to get back up. You're the solid ground that's made of truth and love. He's the one, he's the way. I was lost and afraid, I don't know what to say. Yeah. What's the cost that he paid on the cross that he saved all of us with his grace? Yeah. We know the narrow gate is hard to navigate. The shepherd leads the way. Yeah. Don't trust the magistrate, they only aggravate. They spit up in his face. Yeah. He's the way, the truth, the life, he is the word. Know that every single time your prayers heard. When you need the truth in life, go find the word. Cause he is the truth and light that shine on earth. When I'm falling down, you know I'm looking up. Cause you're calling, now I'm never giving up. I've been stalling, now I had to get back up. You're the solid ground that's made of truth and love. Jesus came around, he's coming back again. Hear the trumpet sound, you know it is the end. He's your Lord and Savior and he is your friend. Give your broken heart to him, he'll make amends. Too many times I tried it by myself. Too many times I still asked him for help. Why did I hide all my lies in my shell? I want my temple like heaven, not hell. Thank you, Jesus, you are the reason I can find my way home. Praise you, Jesus, you cast out legion and can heal our soul. He's the way, the truth, the life, he is the word. Know that every single time your prayers heard. When you need the truth in life, go find the word. Cause he is the truth and light that shine on earth. When I'm falling down, you know I'm looking up. Not gonna lie. Cause you're calling, now I'm never giving up. Pretty good. I've been stalling, now I had to get back up. You're the solid ground that's made of truth and love. Jesus came around, he's coming back again. Hear the trumpet sound, you know it is the end. He's your Lord and Savior and he is your friend. Give your broken heart to him, he'll make amends. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with that one. I feel like I rushed through some of it. But I feel like a lot of these songs are good. I'm hyped. Don't need money, but God so blessed. Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Ain't got money, but you still gon' flex. Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Ain't got money, but you still gon' flex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. Don't need money, but God so blessed. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. Don't need money, but God still bless. What's that? You burning bridges and Dutches. Watch your Sims fold like a crunch wrap. Taking tricks out for some lunches. Most of these rappers need dunce caps. Smoking on synthetic runts. Selling their soul for a comeback. Watching them chugging the punch. Falling for anything and everything. There's better things than what it seems. I see the streams, they fake believe. I see the seams into the dreams. Many things seem fake believe. I see what greed had made of me. Hastily, I took the cheese and my old self could have taken me. Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Ain't got money but you still gon' flex. Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Ain't got money but you still gon' flex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. Don't need money but God still bless. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. Don't need money but God still bless. B5 from y'all act like I'm really dumb. See Jehovah, people keep their hearts all shut. We got so numb, choose to see the evil done. Seeds I sow tons, God will always overcome. We act like we don't need Jesus till we need him right now. We act like we can't believe him till you figure life out. That's why when in any season, pray he shows the right route. Plenty people filled with demons wanna take your light out, girl. Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Ain't got money but you still gon' flex. Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Why you got a new Rolex? Ain't got money but you still gon' flex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. Don't need money but God still bless. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. I don't need a new Rolex. Don't need money but God still bless. Yeah, but finally mastered this one. Don't need money but God still bless. Don't need money but God still bless. I might go back and redo this one. But God still bless. Just because that last vocal's really loud. But I thought that one sounded pretty good. Like, I feel like I mastered all of them finally. All of the songs that I've done on stream, they're all mastered. They're all finished. I did that yesterday, actually. I might have ran through it a little bit. But honestly, I think they still sound good. Because I think I found a good mastering chain. Like, I found a good sequence of tools that I've used for a very long time. And I wanted to... Oh, come on, baby. Serum 2. Let's go, bro. I'm hyped. I'm excited to try this. Okay. So this is my first experience with Serum 2. Oh, well, let me authorize it real quick. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Authorization successful. That's dope, though. If you bought a copy of Serum, like... Ooh! This looks good! Dude, this looks good. I'm excited, dude. We're gonna have to test out some of these presets. Let's see what's in the ARP. This is like so much more organized than the original. The first one was always good, like amazing software. But yeah, gonna highlight. Oh. Okay, hold on. Oh man. Dude, already off the rip, good sounds. Huh? No, I put 137. 137. Would you listen to my commands? Come on, computer. Seriously? I just... Oh. There you go. What is going on with Ableton? No. All right. Of course, I download Serum, and then that's when it... Man, come on, dude. Okay. Now let's try it. Now that it's rebooted. Serum 2, 137. I'm trying. Why does that keep happening? That's super weird. Okay, factory ARP. Oh. Dang, some of these are blowing up my computer. Showing me how old and dated it is. Are most of these presets like that? Because of how many voices? Because, yeah, I'm running it, and they're just... It's dang, dude. Because I don't have a ton of stuff running. Yeah, I have, like, nothing running, dude. Let me check something. Because it might be the... Let me see. Mob wheel. Yeah, this is my first time running this, so... S1 presets. Ooh. That's nasty, bro. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I want to test this theory with just using Serum. What's my, Okay. Yeah, I got a pretty low latency playback. I don't know what's going on there then. Maybe it's just my computer's too old. Shocker. Okay. Ooh, this is the first one of April. Let's go. Idea number 1. Crap. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, and Serum 2's MPE? Oh, dude. Not gonna lie, I wish I had some of my, still wish I had some of my cool synths and stuff like that, but I don't need it. I don't need it. Okay. Dang, it's just nope. Mm. Mm. Oh, I love that, dude. Dude. It just can't even handle it. The sounds are too good for my computer. That's sad. Bro, because those sounds are good. Those are good stock sounds for Serum 2, and I haven't even, like, scratched the surface. So I'm curious. I'm curious what the effects actually sound like. Not gonna lie, as a kick drum though, it sounds good. I've never used this like a kick drum. All right. This is definitely a unique vibe. Dude, some of these Serum 2 sounds are actually really fire. I'm not gonna lie. But these are like stock presets. Where was the one that I just liked? There was one that was like... Let's see. So this MIDI, Okay, let's see. What's the factory effects? What is going on? Why is it like not even passing through? Let me try. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I feel like I should change that like horn sound and just use the same MIDI, but like a really ambient piano like this one. All right, all right, all right. So we got some ideas. We got something flowing around here. There we go. So I think let's elaborate on this. Oh, and then I should find like a pad. Huh. Let me see what happens if I like just do. All right, I had a feeling. I had a feeling that today my computer explodes. That today my computer explodes. That today my computer explodes. I got a feeling. Ooh. That I gotta free some tracks. Yes, I gotta free some tracks. I gotta free some tracks. Feel it. Zubadu dee doo. Zoo-doo. Feel like there's something I can do to this, but I don't know if it's just because, I might try a different sound. I just don't know why. Let me turn off MPE because I don't need it. Well, I could use it still. Yo! What? How many factory presets are there? Woo! Oh boy. Oh, it's just not even. Is there a way to so there's a 3D waveform? Oh yeah, there was in Serum 1. Ah, good. There you go. Lock that. Bro, it doesn't even matter. Dang, dude. Serum is just... Oh, maybe that's part of it, too. Dude, it is just not playing nice. I mean, I expected a first launch of Serum to... I wouldn't think it'd be buggy. I don't think it is. I just think it's like... And I don't know when I'll be able to get a new computer. Not anytime soon. Not right now, at least. I'm like, bro, I can't even run half these patches. Without freezing it. Because, like, the second I freeze it, it's fine. But the second I play it, dude, it's just not. It is not going to work. It just blows up too much. And I'm not even running, like, I've never had a stream do this much. And I figured out how to reduce my streaming, like how much it taxes on my computer without sacrificing too much quality. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Need you more than ever. Need Jesus. Need Jesus. Need him more than ever. 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 Ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. 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 Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. 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 Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. 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 Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. 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 Okay. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. 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 Need him more than ever. Need him more than ever. Need him more. Ooh, that goes hard. That goes hard. Hold on, hold on. Yo, hold on. That's wild, dude. Hold on, hold on, hold on. That's wild. Hold on. Woo! Let him cook. Oh. Wow, this is kind of wild. Yo, that sounds like a woman. Yo. Hmm. Yep. I think we've got some structure here. Got a few ideas cooking. Okay, so that'd be just the hook. All right, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let me see. Man, I be forgetting how quick I can make a track. happened? What happened? Hold on, let me check my chat. What's going on? Fire, what's good, bro? There it goes. Yeah, this stream's been acting wonky today. But hey, man, this one's coming together for sure. Doing some like modal stuff, some like Arabic scale. What's going on? That's crazy. There it goes. Yeah, this one went hard. I like it. Serum 2, definitely a 10 out of 10, bro. If you already bought a copy of Serum, download Serum 2. Like, even if your computer's old, it's probably going to crash, whatever. It was worth it. It was totally worth it, bro. Those stock sounds alone were good. Like, the presets in 1 were good, but the presets in 2 were fire. Can't deny it, dude. Those were fire. It sounded really good. I like that bass sound a lot. That first one that like inspired it, like was enough to inspire the track. So I think that's a W. That's 100% a W. Was worth it because I kept seeing previews of like Serum 2 and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to buy this, aren't I? But nah, dude. X for Records. They're awesome. They've been working on that for like, I don't even know how long they've had to been working on Serum 2, bro. Because Serum came out, hold on. Let's do some research here. When did Serum come out? X for Records. I'm pretty sure it was like in the early 2000s. Because it was created, actually 2014. So it was created by Steven Duda. He came up with other tools, like if you guys are newer to production and you don't have these free tools, go to xforrecords.com, OTT. The DJM filter, I think, not as common usage, but OTT. It's a multi-band, I believe it's multi-band compression and expansion at like the same time. Very awesome tool if you want to like really get sounds in your face and sound design. Like, I could use it on this vocal actually. Oh, yeah. See, like, it's one of those, another thing people don't think about, and I've been trying to think about how I'm going to script a good video on how I could help people with sound design and creating things. But I think that sometimes when you're new to creating music and like writing songs, right? Like you almost have to learn some of these mixing tools and some of the things that exist, because you can, as you notice with this, like I didn't know what to do. I put a pad sound, but I used my vocals as an instrument in the track before I actually wrote lyrics to it. And your vocals can be a very powerful tool. Like you don't have to be 100% perfect when you're doing this kind of stuff, because what you can do is you can use pitch correction and things like that, but then use different tools, kind of like what I was using here. Like I just did a slight pitch correction on this lead vocal but then pitched it up so it made me sound like I'm a woman. Like this is start out there and then add some compression, real simple one. Add some chorus, get that effect. Add some reverb to get the space. Add the phone effect to like pocket it in. Add the rotary effect. Get that like stereo movement. So understanding some of these tools that exist helps you with designing the sound that you want for your record. And I think that isn't talked about. And actually, you know what? Scratch that. It probably has been talked about a lot, but I want to make a more unique stance on this, like how to really use your vocals in creative ways. Because I think that as songwriters, sometimes we may feel limited by the tools that we have, but really it's just not understanding what we have, because a lot of people don't know snare drums and certain instruments that are electronically produced, like these kicks and snares. They're all produced with, most of them are produced with a noise source, EQ, compression, and some sort of envelope, which an envelope is going to basically shape the sound in a unique way. And when you're using an envelope, like you're going to see it a lot in different tools. Envelopes can be used for different types of sources. So like this one has a pitch envelope, and usually that would be called like an ADSR curve. And there's different types. So volume's going to determine like, okay, attack is the second you hit the note, that's when it's going. That's when it's going to play. Decay is that time, says the amount of time it takes for the signal to drop to the sustained level, which means that when you're holding the note, it'll hit a certain level. So you could have it where it kind of starts loud, but then it decays down to a level where when you're sustaining it, the sustained sound is a little bit quieter. A lot of times with 808s and kick drums, you want it 100% or you want it super loud to get that bass sound, so once you hit the note, it just is staying consistent. And then sustain is just, this is a great description of an ADSR. Controls the level of the signal remains until the note is released after the attack and decay portions have expired, which is basically like, because you can have an attack that's super long, so then the sound like rises up, and then once it's already risen up, it hits the decay period, and you could have it go down, and then once it's gone down, so you notice it's like 9 seconds. So it's like all timing. This is in milliseconds. Decays can be in milliseconds or seconds, depends on what you want. And then sustain, it's usually the level. It's like how loud the signal is. And then releases, as soon as you let go of the note on your MIDI keyboard, or however long the note is being played in your synthesizer, it's going to let go and curve out. So if you want that 808 to just stop, you put that release at 0. But if you want it to kind of slide out, or like, you know, as you notice with this one, I could probably shorten it a little bit, actually, just to... So it's not holding on to the note as much. But yeah, you can utilize a lot of the more simple tools to get sounds the way you want them to sound. You don't have to buy expensive tools. What I've learned is some of these expensive tools, like it's a convenience thing. It makes things easier once you understand it. Like Soothe, for example. That one's great. Like, you don't need Soothe, but that's one of those tools where it makes it so much easier to do your job. Like, it does a lot of heavy lifting for you. Soothe 2 is such a good tool that I'm glad that I had gotten it. There's like other tools like that as well. For example, hold on. I wish I still had a copy because it sounded good all the time. But Standard Clip, that one is another great tool from Sir Audio Tools, and it's not that expensive. Oh, dude, I could buy it for $25. Dude, why have I not picked up a copy of this? But this tool, it's designed so that when you're trying to get loudness, right, you can essentially, because there's different ways you can get loudness. You can either use a limiter, and it's compressing the signal, or you can use a clipper, which is essentially, once it hits that threshold, it clips the waveform at that point. So what you can do is, like, you can set that ceiling. Well, really, you don't want to use the ceiling. That's actually a limiter. Excuse me, because I forgot it has a limiter built in. But then on this side, if you use clip, you essentially can set the ceiling to like whatever number. So usually I'd put it at like 0.3 or like -1. So then you'll see it too in the waveform. Whenever it's red, it's just telling you this is where it's clipping it off. So that's what the final waveform looks like. So then you get that headroom to be able to turn things up and have a louder mix without using compression. Because compression can sometimes you're adding too much. Like, it can pump the signal. Whereas like clipping, it can usually do it pretty transparently. But if you clip too hard in this tool, it'll essentially chop off the waveform and sound distorted. So like, you can use this as a more transparent way of doing it, and then you can oversample over the Nyquist frequency to get essentially like less artifacts. So this is definitely one of those tools. I now, knowing it's only $25, like probably within my next paycheck or so, I might pick it up. It's because this one has been super good, and it was one that I used a lot on mastering. This one was like awesome, super simple, sounds good. But there's tools like that. You can do clipping with other tools, like in Ableton. It actually has soft clipping. It has that principle in here. But I kind of want to use the standard clip one because it gives you the waveform. So like, there's certain tools, the reason why you buy them is because they sound a certain way. There's certain tools you buy them because you don't want it to affect the sound, but you don't want it to majorly affect the sound, but you like the user interface. So like standard clip is one of those where it shows you on the waveform exactly how much you're chopping off and like really what it's doing to the signal in a visual way, as well as being extremely transparent and like allowing you to get more volume and more headroom. And you can use standard clip on like drums, so you can get that clipped hip hop sound, like the distorted sound. But also making it so that it's giving you more headroom in the overall mix, so you can turn other things up and turn the entire mix up, then giving you even more headroom, so when you go to master it, you can push things really loud without it destroying the character of the sound. So, like, for example, Pro Q, that's another one of those tools where it's like, not only is the sound good, but it has such a good user interface. I don't know about the new one. I've heard people complain about it. But Pro Q3, which is the one that the previous generation, the one that I have, it just tells you exactly what's going on the spectrum. So, like, you can really see it, and you can get very accurate with it. Like, you can use a shift key and, like, really dial it in to the point. But then on top of that too, it has a scaler function, which this is awesome. So if you're like doing mixing, you can do more extreme curves with seeing the minus 12 dB. But then if you're like mastering, right, and you don't want to do aggressive cuts, you essentially can like move the use this to, say you only want to cut it a little bit. That's only minus 1 dB. That's barely perceivable in a mix. Whereas like most of the time, if you're doing this in a mix, see, like seeing the scale, that's minus 1. Most of the time, you know, minus 3 dB is like the threshold of difference. I didn't say it's the threshold of difference. Like usually if you start there, that's a good point when you're making cuts or doing certain things, because it's not too drastic, but it should be enough for you to notice. And then you can go up or down from there. So that's why certain tools, it makes sense to buy them, because you're like, okay, it makes my life easier and there's a better visual graphic. But you have to know how the tool works, like what the purpose is. Because if you just buy it to buy it, like you're wasting your money. But if you use the free tools and you understand how they work well, and you're just like, well, I want a deeper user interface, like I want something that offers different quality options and maybe even more in-depth tools than I don't have access to with free software, then that's why you use something like that. I think it's the same with Serum too, because like, okay, Serum, they now offer the effects package, and the fact that I not only used a Serum tool, OTT by Extra Records, but then I tried their Serum effects too, and basically made my own, like took one of their presets and then added more compression, added a phaser, added like some sort of widening, and then a reverb. Like, this is what I mean is, and then on top of that, you have ways to modulate those things and change them. So if you wanted to use LFOs or some sort of note mapping information, like say I wanted this keyboard, whenever the keyboard note plays or that bass note plays, it triggers something differently. Like, you can't do this with free tools and it'd be very easy. So that's what my rant on music tech for those who make music is, that no, you don't need the tools, but if you understand the tools and you decide to buy one, it makes your life a lot easier. Because you could always do things in a different way, but it's going to probably require more different tools and more different ways to route those tools in a sequence so that you can get the sound that you want. And even then, like, ease of use a lot of times prevents ear fatigue. So it helps. It's one of those answers where it's like yes and no. Like certain tools, it's like, yes, it sounds that way. It makes sense for you to get a copy of it. Then there's other ones where it's like, I really don't need it. I just really think it would help. And that's like the same thing with some of these synth tools, because you could do a lot of what I just showed you with Serum with Vital. The only thing is I don't think Vital has an effects. Like, they don't have a separate effects rack. Whereas like Serum, that was what was so awesome about it, is like, not only do you get the synthesizer, but then they built a separate plugin that's literally just all of the effects that you would use in that same synthesizer, so you could put it on other tracks. And that's what made this update so fire, because I had a copy of Serum 1, was totally worth it. And then they give you a free upgrade into 2, which gives you an even better user interface and more presets. I'm like, dude, that's amazing. That's the kind of stuff that's worth buying, is stuff that's going to have updates that retroactively allow you to like get to a newer version without having to pay too much or at all, if you can. Because Serum's like the first company in, man, almost like 10 years that I've seen that gave you a free update to a whole nother version of their software. So, shout out Serum, man. Like, Serum 2 is totally worth it, and it looks like they're doing an introductory pricing on it. Like, if you've never bought it, it was like close to $200, but it's a lot of stuff, dude. Like, good stuff, though. Wonder if I just turn down some. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Boom, boom. All right, waves. Let's see. Excuse me. All right, you guessed it. It is reverse riser time. All right. But yeah, today's stream, think we're going to end it a little bit earlier than what I normally do, just so I have time to go do to actually go worship at the church I go to. So I'm excited for that. They're offering that service, so I'm like, sure, man. Like, since y'all mentioned it, I think that Wednesday is a day that I intentionally take the entire day off from working or doing anything. It's like, why not spend time worshiping the Lord, getting closer to my community? Like, I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Wonder if there you go. That's what I was looking for. think about that. That's right, compression is extra nice if you do it right. That's also, yeah, if you need some free plugins, check out the Analog Obsession stuff. Check out their, I think it's their Patreon, and everything was free. Everything was free on their Patreon. It was really good. I used that Lala compressor a lot. I used the tracks. Because actually the kick drum for this one, it was an 808. But when I heard it at the pitch that it was, like it just was... Like, check this out. I was like, what? I thought it sounded good. I was just like, wait a second. But if you extend the note out... So I already had that kind of kick to it. And I was just like, all right, bet. Let me enhance it a little bit. I might even just get it to stick out more. I'm not gonna lie, those those chord stabs sound so dubstep. They sound like early, like Skrillex, like early Skrillex. Like I'd gotten those vibes from those sounds that I picked at first. Reminded me of like, that's crazy. Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites. Like that era of music. Because Serum was huge at that point. That was right around that same time, if I'm not mistaken. Like 2015, 2014. Oh, what? Whoops. Oh, also, I don't know if you were in here because I noticed the stream was bugging. Like it was just it's been kind of on and off bugging today. I don't know what's going on. But like, and not even on the stream side, but like on the chat side. Sometimes I notice that like the chat or things like that just likes to act up. But all the songs are mastered now. I got the instrumentals mastered. I've got the songs mastered. I think I'm pretty happy with them. But I think soon it will be time to start putting these out here. So it's like I've been holding on to them for too long. Like I looked at the date of the first one and it was January and it's already April and it's like, oh, dude. Been holding on to him for too long. And it was just like excuses after excuses. But I don't know. I don't know if it was like I felt that winter depression. But I actually, you know, it scratched it. I felt that in March. But like I definitely felt that this year. It's just like the first 2 months of the year, there's just so much crazy stuff going on, and like it felt overwhelming that I was still doing it, but I just didn't finish the most important part. Oh, that'd be awesome, dude. Thank you. Because like I still want to make it free and streamable and put it out there. I'm torn on exactly where I want to put it out there. I don't know if I should do Spotify and all that. I just got to find the right distributor. Because if you know anything about putting out music now, it's not only because of the distributors are owned, like they have a majority ownership with the label, but it has to do, or I wouldn't say a majority, but like they have ownerships from label sources, but it's also they're doing a lot more to control the narrative of what's out there. And I noticed that it's kind of concerning. I've been starting to see more of the very popular, like I just saw it the other day. If you saw it, Miles Minnick signed to Empire. And I was like, oh no, dude. That's my only concern is when you sign over to labels like that. I mean, I'm assuming they're not gonna they're not gonna mellow the Jesus message, but I feel like it might just not be as much as and I feel like the problem is with labels is it's too much about reading a market and seeing what market value you could gain off of somebody than actually the message that they put out there. And with Empire, I almost want to show you guys, I want to show you something. I want you to see what artists were on Empire. What was it? Record label. Okay. So, Empire is a distributor, right? So, look at what artists were on here. And I want you to take a note at the ones that are no longer with us. So, Kendrick is on there. All right. But XXXTentacion, Young Dolph, Key Glock, King Von. I think him too. I can't remember if he recently passed on. Oh, no, he's still here with us. But there's a lot of artists on Empire that are no longer with us. And if we know anything about, you know, XXXTentacion or Young Dolph, right? The way they went out has still had some there's still some questions about why. And you know what's crazy about it too? Young Dolph said he signed a major label deal to sign with Empire and remain independent. Isn't that a crazy contradiction? Like, these are the same people that claim that they're independent and they're still independent. but you sign a deal. And that means that they still control the narrative of what goes out there. And basically they work in tandem with I believe Empire is one of the subsidiary. Let me double check. I think they work with kind of, so Universal definitely. Because I'm pretty sure that they partner with basically like a lot of the majors. And seeing that there's artists that, you know, they're Christian rap, right? It's like you can't serve both God and mammon, and you have to be mindful. Like I'm not saying it's 100% a bad thing, but I'm genuinely curious. Like, hold on, I'll show you. He literally posted about it the other day. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this guy right here. I like looked him in the eyes and I'm like, I don't know what's there. You know what I mean? And that's my only concern is that it's making me wonder. Hold on a second. What's GLO? Because it seemed like he was doing everything until this last release. Like he pretty much had went, okay, the GLO imprint. Let me take a look at that. And I think this is important too, because like, oh, so it's like he had already put out his music under the GLO, right? And that's my only concern is when I saw him and then Zon T when he signed to Atlantic. Last year. I've signed with Atlantic Records. God's superstar. We will change the world. Jesus Christ is Lord. Right. And that's just my only concern is like, is it because you want more reach so you can get the gospel more out there? Or are you know what I mean? Like, are you understanding the nature of what signing to one of these labels is? I'm genuinely curious. Because, like, so he won a Dove. Okay. And see, that's my only concern is just knowing my experience with the labels, right? And this is super important too. Let's check this out. I want to show you guys some more tools before I kind of go back in. So you can go on ASCAP's repertory and you can look up, let's see, Miles Minnick. So you can look him up, right? And we can see, yeah, and that's my only concern is like, what's the whole point of it? Okay, so I think this is him, right? Yeah, this is him. Delacroix. Okay. So when you expand it, okay. So they just never register their publishing. Okay, he registered publishing for that one. So looking at this, right? Like, people don't understand. You can actually find out who owns these records. This is actually, your publishing is a big, a one way of understanding your copyright as a songwriter, and understanding where labels can actually send your record off to corporations and to other companies to essentially get your songs played and you get back-end royalties. Now, if you were to buy my record or if you were to stream my record, that, you know, buying my record usually would go directly to me, unless it's like through Bandcamp, they might take a split. Or if it's like through my own website, you know, they may take a split for transaction fees. But if it's like Spotify and things like that, they've changed the ruling with when I could get royalties, when I could get things. And yeah, that's my only concern, is it's like you're only doing the music so you could do it full time and take care of your family, but it's like, really, you want the image, you want the chains, you want things like that. Now this, let me take a look at what CD Baby Alpha Music is. Oh, so it's their CD Baby Publishing. Okay, so they basically will be like, oh, we'll collect your publishing royalties. Don't do that. You end up just not. Oh, wait, hold on. CEO Songtrust Avenue. Okay, never mind. So that's like, so he can get it collected internationally with Songtrust, which is good. God Problems, Not by Power. So this would be. So this is where you start understanding who owns what. Like, your writer's share, yes, it's important, but your publisher share is really what a lot of, say you were to synchronize your music to television, that's where a lot of ownership is actually, that's where a lot of the money's made. Like, and you can start to see how many different publishers are on and this is a song with Maverick City. So this is with somebody who already has that kind of connections, right? And so this one, it's like, okay, he essentially owns his fair share, and if the other people want to register their publishing, they can, which is good. And that's probably Childlike CC or the other person. Because if there's not really any information on them, like if it has their contact information, oh, you know who owns it. Like, here's another one, Forrest Frank. I think there's like levels to it, right? Like when I looked up Forrest Frank and a lot of his records, So this is All I Need. So this one, Songs of Universal Inc. Because there was one of them I remember I saw the contact info. Because I don't know if he officially signed to, okay, so it's like UMC, Universal Music. Hold on, I want to see if I can. So that's my question, is like, who owns the music? Because you can actually see who owns what, really, if it's registered properly. So I think the question was, and I gotta find out. Okay, so it looks like, for the most part, I think most of these are, I think Songs of Universal Inc. I don't know if that's actually Universal, like the major label, or if it's, because some of them actually do have, they're like published through Universal, but I think it's the big ones that had like a ton of connections, right? So this one was with Anise. So I think that this is Anise's publishing, and then Songs of, let me take a look. Songs of Universal Inc. Ah! Oh, Tom McDonald, I'm pretty sure. So, so he goes through a publisher that works with Universal. Okay. So, Tom McDonald. I have to remember, what are some of his songs? Because my guess is it's this one. You have to find like the legal name of who owns it, because I'm pretty sure it is this one. Hold on. No, this might be a different person. I think it might be the second one then. Let's see. Hold on. Because I don't think he signed. I think... Okay. I just got to figure out the name of some of his songs. Because he might not actually register his music on here. I would say pretty much everybody that releases their music, they do. Tom McDonald. Let me see. Because there's a way to, like, you can find the songs, like his most popular songs. Because that's the thing is, okay, The Brave. That was definitely one of the songs I remember. Title, The Brave. Boop. And then performer. I think Adam Calhoun was one. So let's just see what happens if I pick up that song and see if that'll come back if they actually registered. Because here's the thing. ASCAP, you can still be independent and you register your music this way, But then it's like if you want to, it just gives you a form of copyright protection, and it's free. So I suggest it. I'm actually an ASCAP member. So it looks like he self-releases everything, and he doesn't register it. So there's like publishing money, but it's probably because he directly benefits from Hangover Gang and all of that. So like if he didn't want to do that, he doesn't have to. You don't have to. It just gives you a different form of protection. But he may I never realized that, like, that actually is, like, more of what he talks about. Because I know he swears in his music and stuff like that. But I agree with a lot of what he stands for. And, you know, he's very controversial, for sure. But that's what's important is, let me see. Okay. So Forrest Frank, let me see. Let me see if he signed a deal. Because I know sometimes it's like, okay, they do publishing, which is different, right? Publishing is your side of the music where they're just getting it out there and then taking a cut of that. But they don't control anything that you make. So I don't hold that against him. Now, because you might not be able to do stuff like this, like get vinyls or like distribute it among major places, right? Like it's tougher for you to do that if you don't do that. But when you sign to a label, like that's my only concern with it, is that a lot of times when they sign to Empire, it's like it depends on who you're signing to as well. Because it sounds like Songs of Universal, right? It's like a subsidiary of Forrest Frank. It's like it's a subsidiary of Universal Music. So they might be like it's just like one of those where I don't know enough to be like, you know, did he sign a deal? Because it's not like a traditional record label deal. It really isn't. And I feel like he makes good music. It glorifies God. But there's a level where it's like, do they actually, are they signed to a deal? Let me see. Forrest Frank, Universal Music Group. Oh, okay. So he signed. I never knew that. Like, you never know that. Let me take a look at that. Let me see. Because you know what's interesting about 10K Projects, right? That's like Trippie Redd's. That's like one of the... let me see if I can find there. Okay. So you got Ice Spice, Trippie Redd, YTB Fat, Amine, Summers. I wonder if he still is, though. Right? Because, like... Because, you know, the AI stuff isn't 100% accurate. It's really not. Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, it says please verify. United Talent Agency. Dude, this might be interesting. Like, you can find out more about people. Music, socials, merch. It's like actually interesting to see where you can find information about signing, what people sign for, what they do. Because, like, I've had that question, dude, about some artists even. Is like, what is your goal? Because I wonder if I look here, right? I go look on Universal's website. Because they're one of the biggest, dude. Oh, I never knew this. What is this? Oh, dude. I'm opening up a rabbit hole right now. So Capitol Records has had a Christian label. Like, you can find this information. It's public, dude. Okay. I just want to find, like, their actual roster. That's so interesting. So, okay, so this is the Metro Boomin. So, like, you have to understand too, right? There's people that claim they're independent, but then they basically create their own label, and then they get bought out by UMG, just like Def Jam, just like Dreamville, just like Boominati, which is Metro Boomin. Like, it's making me wonder. Let me see. Because it looks like he did a publishing deal with Universal. And then, you know what? It makes me wonder about, what is it? Caleb Gordon. Because he talked about playing on Universal stage. Okay. TuneCore, which I don't want to, dude. I had such a bad experience with them. I can only imagine, like, you not being able to get money for songs that you've actually written. So there's some people, it's like, no, they're popular and they're publishing it through a distributor and essentially using the distributor's publishing, like, registration, which is TuneCore Digital Music, and they're like, oh, we'll claim your publishing rights. I wouldn't suggest it. The only one I would suggest, and if you're willing to pay for it, and it's just if you go international, is Songtrust. And now they basically what they do is they essentially allow you to get the royalties you would not be able to collect outside of the US unless you signed certain documentation that you'd have to, like, go find through different routes that allows you to collect in, I think it's like all 185 countries that you can collect your royalties in. Because there's a ton of different royalties that exist. And a lot of times you can get your music heard internationally and then have it used in somebody's library, right? But it's interesting that, like, literally I'm looking at this and you start digging into the rabbit hole of, like, who really owns this Christian music? Who really owns it? Okay, here's another one. 1K Phew. Let's see. That's his. Okay, so he publishes it. Zach Parrott is publishing. So that was a collab. That was another collab. So, like, a lot of time. Oh, okay. Sony ATV songs. Because if I'm not mistaken, not even like a year ago, I was looking up Forrest Frank's. I was looking up his publishing information, trying to figure out exactly, who does what. And that's the concern, is it's like what level of deal you sign. Because sometimes they're just like, dude, we want to get your music out there and we want to cut. Okay. That's understandable. But, like, a lot of the deals that people sign, it's just like, it's making me wonder, what's the deal? Like, literally, what is the deal that they're signing? Because with Zon T, he signed to Atlantic. So is it like, do they just own... Okay. Songs of BEC. So it's like there's a lot of these songs he doesn't even own the publishing side of it that's registered. Or there's like a good portion of them. Actually, no, scratch that. It looks like... 'Cause this is, it's actually a very important tool. Like, it's a free tool. And you can publish your music this way. This is a form of copyright. So if you're releasing music and you want a way to copyright your song without going to the copyright office, this does count as a form of copyright. Because what you do is once you release your song, like you publish it, you can essentially register this said song with your performance title, like the alias you're going under. That's why you notice, like, you see his legal name, but then you also see Zon T there, and then when you collapse it, it says performers. You can put your performer name right there. And it just makes you wonder, right? Like, is it all bad? Because I think that in a lot of cases it is, but it also makes you wonder, like, what exactly, right? Because there's just a lot of artists that sign with Empire that it's concerning. Like, they passed on in a very concerning way, right? And I think the only one... I gotta find this out. So Reach Records, I believe, was created by Lecrae, if I wasn't mistaken. Okay. So, okay. Who was that? I gotta remember who that was. Oh, okay. For sending. Okay. Ah. Okay. Got you. So that's what's interesting about understanding publishing and understanding getting your music out there, right? I think that, is it all bad? No. Are a lot of record labels doing things like, do they just want you to, like, I don't think they have that much play when it comes to, I mean, except for like maybe Reach Records, like they're going to want you to be very specific on Christian, which is good. And it's more of an independent record label. Because and I'm starting to realize, like, independent and record label sounds like an oxymoron. But if they're independent, I think what they're really meaning is they're independent of the big three. Because as you noticed, two of them, and really all three of them were listed in me looking for it. But, you know, one of them is not as big. And I wonder if Forrest Frank actually is on Warner Music. So it's Universal, Sony. Those are the two biggest ones. And you know what's insane too? It's just like, okay. As of August, he's been a signee of Warner Music Group under Elliot Grange 10K projects. Okay. And then you start getting in the rabbit hole about Billboard, dude. Billboard is like a pay to play. And I've heard that from multiple people when I was dealing with the industry in the way that I was dealing with it. So there's like that whole other can of worms as well. And you start to realize, like, the problem with it is that if you try to like condemn everybody for wanting to get outreach, I think that is a problem because you're trying to hinder the spread of the word of God. But my only concern is it for getting it out there because Universal would be a platform to publish your music, or is it so that you can now collect more money? And that's my only question with it, is like, what are these deals with top Christian artists? Because, you know, when you look at 10K projects, I showed you who was on 10K projects. You had Ice Spice, you had Trippie Redd, but weirdly enough, you go look up 10K projects and so he released it through there. So he released only a couple of these projects. Oh, what? Server error. Okay. Because that's the weird thing. You look on here, you look at the partners. Maybe he's no longer. But most of these people, like, that are on here, they're more about money and mammon. And I think when we try to get too conspiratorial, maybe it was good going down this rabbit hole a little bit, just taking a brief second to take a look. It just goes to show that most of these people that actually have like 1K view, for example, they're registering and they're publishing their own music. They are completely independent. Now, Tom McDonald, he doesn't go through ASCAP or BMI or do any of that. And he's huge. So he realizes, like, I don't even care. Like, people are going to know it's him. And I bet you, you could probably go to the copyright office. Let me see. Because that was the only thing I can't remember. Okay, let me see if I can. Let me see if it'll show me. I wonder if it'll tell you, like... Oh, this is like, it'll tell you if it's copyright free or not. Okay, I was looking for, like, the owner of the copyright. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. See, this is... Dude, this is interesting now that I'm looking. Because this is how you can actually find who owns the... Like... Because there's different types of ownership. There's like your publishing ownership, your writer's share, and then you also have the copyright. Like, you have a way to copyright your music. I wonder if Alter. Let's like look up a big song. Alter for it. Holvey. What? And see, this, like, some of these websites will even show you the chords charted out, all of the lyrics, translations. Dude. And it'll tell you exactly who owns it. Because copyright is important, but that's like, it has to do with ownership. And when you start to understand, like, what rights you have, it gives you leverage. And that's the big thing, is that what these labels want is they want leverage. They want ownership of a gift that God gave you. And that's my only concern, is like what they do. And I think with Christian music, it's harder to get those artists to, bend the knee or bend to their will in the messaging. But I think the devil's in the details with a lot of these deals. And it's like, if you want the worldly success, that's where a lot of these deals come in. But it sounds like there's only a couple of them that actually signed to a major. Like, the only question I have, let me check Holvey. He's definitely one that, like, had a huge... let me see if there's any info. So he signed with Reach. Oh, okay. But it's interesting to see when it comes to, bigger artists, like people that have some sort of reach, right? Like you start to realize, like, not all of them are bad, but they may have made bad decisions. And that they've wanted to change. But also, too, it's kind of like, it makes you wonder. Because it's like, I think Reach Records, I don't think they, okay, so that's 116. I think Reach actually is independent of Universal Music Group, of the other companies. I don't think they're a partner. Let me check. Ben Washer. So basically they do the publishing, they help with everything. That's why I don't think everything is bad. But they're not considered industry. Cuz industry is if you get owned by Universal, Sony Music, or Warner Music Group. And then your label gets bought out by them. And so they do this thing where it's kind of like it's like a monopolization in a way, where they just want ownership. They don't care about the message or the things like that. Well, I mean, some of them do. Like, you got to look at, some of the biggest secular artists, like, they want you pushing that. They want you putting out certain songs. But with Christian music, it seems like there's like a level where it makes you wonder who owns it and what is the intent with what they do. And is it all bad? Because I've noticed it doesn't start bad. And the people who own it are willing to help you get the resources you need. But then when it gets later down the line and you start getting to a certain point of success, it's less about God and more about you. Which, that's the biggest lie from the enemy. Like, we got to think about Genesis 3 at that point. And I've noticed that's where a lot of deception comes from too. Is that in so many ways, like even with certain churches, certain groups essentially that push this message of like, believing that you should have the powers of God, or that you are your own God, or you're little gods. They want you to be much like the industry, which a lot of them are self-worshipers. And I mean, that's what Satan was. And that's my only concern is like, it seems like with Forrest Frank, I don't know if his music, I feel like his music, it hasn't lessened because of it. It seems like. And that's why it's a good question. It's like, what's the line for the person? What do they do? And then do they fully compromise? Because it sounds like to me, what it is these labels are like, we just want your money. Because they're essentially fiduciaries without as many restrictions as a bank would have, right? Like proof of income and all these different things. And they have all those, but they have way worse terms. And so it makes you wonder, like, is it really about God or is it really about making money? And I think the answer is more complicated than just saying that they just want money, right? Because there's a level where if you really are business smart, you know that dealing with a label, if they upfront you in advance, you are taking a loan. And you have to pay it back with like crazy interest. So it makes you wonder, like, why did they sign? And is it just for money? Because is that really the truth? Just knowing my experience with seeing kind of like what deals are and people who are not as financially literate, which I fall, don't get me wrong, I've fallen short of my own financial literacy. I've been paying the price, but I've come a long way. I recognize that, like, when you're in a tough situation, it seems like the best thing to do. And really, it's like there's a level where part of it is they want control of the money. And I've noticed with Christian music, it's not like they really want control of the money. Control of the narrative, but they want control of your money. It's almost like that, where it's like, okay, we're getting our money back. Because as far as I've seen, it's not limited people to like work with different artists in Christian hip hop. And I think Christian hip hop there's this like nuance with that specifically, because they know if they water down the message too much, people are going to stray away from the artist and stray away from them. And a lot of those companies are realizing there's a lot of money in Christian hip hop, so they give them the freedom to do that. But it does beg a bigger question, right? Like, I think when I first got into kind of looking into that realm, right, I had some questions. And I felt like, well, oh no, they signed. But now I'm looking at it and I'm like, I think the bigger concern is like, will the artist ever get out of that hole? Like, if they signed and then they owe that money, will they ever be able to climb out of there? And will they ever be able to pay it back? And what comes with that? So that might be the bigger question, bro, of like even Miles Minnick, right? Because like I was saying, we saw what happened to XXXTentacion. We saw what happened to Young Dolph. We also saw what happened to Mo3. And they were all signed to Empire. And there was even I had actually watched something where somebody had pulled up the business records of Young Dolph's company. I believe like the company he had set up for royalty collection on his music, and I believe his manager had like some part ownership, or it was like he had some level of control. And shortly before Young Dolph was basically unalived, because I don't want YouTube to already get me on a channel this small. There was some shady business dealings. Like, they had switched out the names of the owners. It was either like shortly before his death, or his unaliving, excuse me, or shortly like after. And it's concerning because it's like, okay, if you don't make enough money. And then they also have these very predatory parts of the deal, unless you have a good lawyer, where like they can renew for multiple times without your consent. So, you know, what did they sign up for? And I think the concern is really asking, is it really about money, or is it about reach to getting the word of God out there? And then realizing that like this might have been a more dangerous way of doing it than ever imagined, when we have the power more than ever now. Because, I mean, Tom MacDonald, he is a example, but he's also very controversial, which is what gets him. There's like a level of rage bait, you know, for some people with him. So we have to keep that in mind, is like that is going to make a difference. But if you're 100% independent, most of the time, yeah, you need purely your own investment, your own money. And it's going to be hard for you to get any type of loan or anything like that for that type of thing. It is possible. But yeah, labels are fiduciaries without explicit terms. And it gets concerning. You know, I'm going to take this one out from the beginning. Ooh, man. That was pretty tough. And now listening back to it. That was good. Needs a couple things. I'm wondering if I should write to it. But yeah, I see the concerns with signing to a label. And I think getting too conspiratorial about it like minimizes the impact that somebody could have. But it's also, there's two sides to this coin, right? It's making me wonder, are they compromising in a way that is it really about money? Just because, like, if you've dealt with how the industry works with money, oh dude, it's more so the labels being about money and you just trying to get your music out there and you taking a risk with the label. Now more than ever. Like, it used to be they would develop you and give you all the tools, but now it's just like, nah, they just like could potentially run your business into the ground. But then the other problem is okay, if Forrest Frank, I don't think he still is, but if he still signed to 10K Projects, which is Elliot Grange's company. Elliot Grange is the son of Lucien Grange. Lucien Grange is the head of UMG. Supposedly, he was part of that Diddy case. And he's basically who Drake had gone to for all of his money. So it's like, there's questions with this where it's like, are they aware? Are they turning a blind eye to this? Because that's the problem. And he is definitely one of the most powerful people in music. He's the CEO of Universal. And when you own that much, you know what I mean? It's concerning. Because it's less about the message and more about owning it. And so that's the real question I have with any Christian artist that decides to, like, unless it's Reach Records, unless it's like an independent label that believes in you and believes in your message and doesn't want to water down your message, but wants to give you resources to like a studio to be able to publish your music, to be able to get vinyl copies and hard copies and merchandise and get connections, that's a different story. But if they're not independent and they're owned by Universal or Sony or Warner, like, there should be some flags going off, because a lot of the people that own those companies, man, they are not believers. They're not. And I just know this too because of my experience with dealing with people that were in the entertainment industry. And what they told me before the Diddy case actually unfolded last year was that basically what Diddy did is one of the biggest versions of something that's always been going on in LA. Like, Diddy's just done it the biggest. Or definitely one of the biggest as far as we're aware. Like, publicly. Stuff like that would happen at like in Hollywood, in the Hollywood Hills, all the time. And you have to think there's like, it's all these like child actors and actresses. And they get convinced to compromise their morals at a young age. And it's sad. It really is, man. Because all of them have potential and they just want to make it big. And they're young. So they end up compromising, not knowing the consequences. And not understanding, like, why they do this. Like, especially the industry execs, man. Like, a lot of them they're pretty gross. With that. And it makes you wonder, you know, like, are these artists turning a blind eye, or are they just not aware of, like, who they're dealing with or where it's coming from? Because my other question is like, did Forrest sign a deal with an independent and then they got bought out? You see what I mean? Like, there's a huge chain of command when it comes to the labels and even dealing with them. And there's times where I wonder deep down, like, you know, are they 100% aware of what they're signing up for? Do they understand that even though they garner more reach and have more opportunities now, is it because they want the fame? Is it because they want to spread the word of God? But do they not understand that there's a lot of people that did a lot of bad things thinking they were doing good? And, you know, it just draws concern to me. It makes me concerned, for sure. And that's why I think, you know, I can respect, even though Tom MacDonald does swear, I can respect the fact that he at least does what he says. He is 100% independent. And even if that is the case with his music, like, we're not all perfect. We all need a savior. There's some things that, you know, like for me, I've been open about this. One of my biggest struggles is overeating. That's an easy one for me. And I'm not going to lie, you go to H-E-B, man, they got some good deals. They got some really good food all the time and free samples all the time. Doesn't make it right, but I'd much rather be honest about it than sit here and act like I'm perfect. And recognize that, like, you know, none of us are. But it makes you wonder, you know, if you're not there, do we understand the minutia of being a Christian artist and being signed versus being a secular artist and being signed? Because I think the biggest concern with being a Christian artist and being signed is, are you doing this for money and using God's name as a stamp of approval? And are you going to eventually water down your message when it's never enough? Or deconvert or shipwreck your faith? And then if you're secular, I'm concerned for your soul, because you just don't even understand the free gift that you've been given. And you decided to 100% compromise. But that doesn't mean God can't come back and open his arms and save you. You know, Because if there's a will, there's a way. 100%. God can always make a way. But I think that a lot of what people think selling your soul is, it's all dependent on the contract. And it really is, are you willing to compromise your morals to gain all of the this is why I'm going to go to scripture real quick, and then I'm going to try and actually start writing. Hold on. Yeah, Matthew 6:19. Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy and where thieves break and steal. And then Matthew 6:20. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys and where thieves do not break in and steal. And see, that's what people don't understand, is they're like, especially if you're a secular artist, man, you're basically dealing with some of the biggest thieves imaginable. You really are. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Wow. That's why this makes so much more sense. That's why the concern about, are you doing this for money? Because most people that do music, they're not, dude. Like, there's no way. You have to make so many sacrifices and go negative in your bank account to do it. And for you to do well, like, you have to build an entire business model, right? But it shows you, I think it's just like, are they really laying up their treasures in heaven? Or at least secular artists, right? Like, that's more of what I'd be concerned about, is like that is their salvation. Because, dude, that's a scary thought. Is like, it, the reason why these artists can't really get closer to God in a way is because they've compromised their morals once they found out. And they realize they've signed themselves into something that repeats a ton of times. But with Christian artists, there's a question I have. Like, what are you signing, and where's the nuance between being a Christian artist? Because I noticed that Capitol Records had an entire Christian catalog. What's that about? And Capitol's owned by Universal. But then you've got Reach Records, which is owned by Lecrae, which is completely independent. It's a good question, man. It really is a good question. for the Lord. Need you more than ever. I need you more than ever, and ever, and ever. What do you do it for? Do you do it for the Lord? Do you do it for the thing? Do you do it for the Lord? Do you do it done thing? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 thing. Dun 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 dun. 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 Yeah. What do you do it for? What do you do it for? Do you do it for the Lord? Do you do it for the game? Do you do it for the What do you do it for? Do you do it for the Lord? Do you do it for the chains? Do you do it for the Okay. Let me see. Okay, notes, notepad. Let me see if there's anything else I can freeze. Oh, yeah. Freeze. All these. Okay. So I think I'm going to start tracking here in a sec. I think that'll work. But yeah, thank you for everybody who's been tuning into the stream today. I think getting here earlier was the right move. I want to start doing it earlier now, if I can. But I've been actually waking up earlier. Thank the Lord. I mean, I'm grateful I got through my workout today. I actually went to the gym early. I went grocery shopping early. I wasn't rushing. I'm like, dude, this feels good. Feels like I actually have a day again. And I got to start waking up earlier so I have more of a day to work on stuff like this during the day. I've recognized that. It's important. But yeah. I think we got to ask, what do you do it for? 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 Do it for the Lord. Do it for the chains. Do it for the poor. Do it really change? What you do it for the change. You do it for the. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the chains. Are you doing it for the poor? Doing it for the chains. Are you doing it for the poor? Doing it because it pays. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the change. Or are you doing it for the poor? Doing it because it pays. Doing it. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the change, or are you doing it, or are you doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays? Doing it because it pays. For the Lord. Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the change, or are you doing it for the poor? Doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord? Either way, we can't change. Okay. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the change, or doing it for the poor. Doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has on, what God had already stored. Okay. Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God. Close. Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or you doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or you doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has on store. Oh man, either way, we can't change. Doing it for the change, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Okay, maybe lore first and Lord. What do you do it for? Do it for the Lord, do it for the change, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change. What God has up in store. Okay. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the change, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it because it pays, or doing it for the Lord, doing it because it pays, or or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. Pays or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. Pays or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. Pays or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change. Okay. Cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? What do you do it for? Let me see. For doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. For doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. Kinda like that. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. Either way, we can't change. These people that are strange. They're trying to switch up. Oh man, I kind of like that. That's cool. I like. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way, we can't change what God has up in store. We can change. God has up in store. The world has gotten strange. The world has gotten strange. Fame. Just give them 15 minutes. The world has gotten strange. They'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes. They'll do it all in frame. The world has gotten strange. They'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes. They'll do it all in frame. They live for fleshly things. What is to really gain? That's right. The world has gotten strange, so they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it all in frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry ain't worth some pocket change. Dang.
What God has up in store.
It's got strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it all for fame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry ain't worth some pocket change. Yeah. That's pretty good. I like that one.
Up in store days or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store.
The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. When all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. When all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. When all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the chains or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store.
The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all the world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. I think it's... The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all they live for fleshly things. They'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to they live for fleshly things. They'll do it on they live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. Do it on the frame. They live for fleshy things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? They live for fleshy things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshy things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? I need it more than ever. We need it more than ever. We need it more than ever. We need it more than ever. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. When all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. Worth some pocket change. Stop it. No, no, no. I am not going outside for that. Some pocket change. Some pocket change. Stop it. Cars ain't worth some pocket change. We gotta stop. We all gotta stop it. We all gotta stop it. Readjust our optics. Stop the photoshopping. We all gotta stop it, readjust our optics, stop the Photoshop and cropping out our God is. Cropping out our God is breaking. Breaking down our logic. We all gotta stop it, readjust our optics, stop the Photoshop and cropping out our God is breaking down our logic. Oh. Okay. Break it down, be honest. Okay, breaking down. Readjust our optics. Stop the Photoshop and cropping out our God is breaking down our logic. Our morals. We don't gotta stop it, readjust our optics, stop the Photoshop and cropping up our God is breaking down our logic, breaking down our morals. Why do I keep thinking the phrase, we don't need the Bop House? Like, if you know what that is, like, we don't. Oh, man, that's a line. We don't need the Bop House. They should be more modest. We gotta stop the goon sesh. We gotta stop the goon seshing. These kids, man, they're destroying themselves over gooning. It's 100% true. I didn't know what that was until like a few months ago, and then I started realizing, like, dude, these kids gotta stop gooning, and that's the problem. We don't need the Bop House. They should be more modest. Whole bunch of freaking predators, man. They really are. Your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change. We all gotta stop it. Readjust the optics. Stop the photoshopping. Cropping out our guidance. Breaking down our logic. Breaking down our morals. We don't need the Bop House. They should be more modest. Yeah. Switch up the rhyme scheme on that second one. I like that. Because I recognize I rhyme very similarly all the time. But I feel like saying something, breaking the rhyme a little bit. Breaking down our logic, breaking down our morals. We don't need the Bop House. They should be more modest. So we say, stop it, optics, photoshopping. Shopping, God is logic, morals, Bop House, modest. So, A, B, C, A. on that second one. Why do I keep doing that? All right. There. Fixed it. There. They live for fleshly things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth? They live for fleshly things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? We all gotta stop it. Readjust our optics. Stop the photoshopping. Cropping out our goddess. Breaking down our logic. Breaking down our morals. We don't need the bop house. They should be more modest. They live for fleshly things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? We all gotta stop it. Readjust our optics. Stop the photoshopping. Cropping out our goddess. Breaking down our logic. Breaking down our morals. We don't need the bop house. They should be more modest. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. Should be more modest. We need to be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. Should be more modest. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We don't need the bop house. They should be more modest. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. Okay. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. Need them more than ever. They should be more modest. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. We should be more honest. We should be more honest. We need them more than ever. We need them more than ever. No, the Son of God is. Jesus Christ forever. Jesus Christ forever. No, the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever. Jesus Christ forever. Yeah, that's the pre-chorus. Sweet. No, the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever. Jesus Christ forever. Oh, and then boom, a boom.
Jesus Christ forever.
Yeah. That's the idea. We need him more than ever. We need him. We need more than ever.
We need him more than ever.
No, the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever.
Jesus Christ forever.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. Dang. I was trying to be done by 6. I'm so close, dude. I got one verse. I think taking a break last week on writing a song was the right move. Because it's like I needed to finish, like, hold on. Let me pull this up. Let me see how many we've got. Let's see. Oh, dude, and I totally forgot to put these back in their respective folders. So, and this is counting the song that's already released, but I don't know, I'm indifferent about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This would be 10, bro. This is like a full album. So with G.O.D. out, and I just like was getting back into using this computer workflow, so I just don't think the quality is that good. I don't know. I might re-release it. Because it was just like one of those things where I'm like, I'm listening to God. He's just like, put it out. Put it out. And I'm like, well, I hope it goes somewhere. And I think it was just for me to know, like, I should do it, still do it. But now that I'm live streaming this every week, we're on like week 11, and we've got 10 songs now. Probably got to tweak some things, but this is a good demo. Okay, so we got the hook. Verse 1. I like that, though. The world has gotten strange. They'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes. They'll do it all in frame. They live for fleshly things. What is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? We all gotta stop it, readjust our optics, stop the photoshopping, cropping out our goddess, breaking down our logic, breaking down our morals. We don't need the bop house. They should be more modest. I love that line. Oh, man. The younger generation's gonna get that. I'm cooking with grease right now. Actually, I cooked with bacon fat earlier today, and that was delicious. That was A1. One of the best decisions I made. What did I say here? We should be more honest. We need him more than ever. Okay. The Son of God is Jesus Christ forever.
Jesus Christ forever.
Know the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever.
Jesus Christ forever.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store.
doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. What God has up in store. I've been getting in that work. What God has up in store. Asking them deeper questions. Up in store. What do we do it for? All these earthly pleasures. What do we do it for? Yeah. What God has up in store. What do I do it for? All these earthly pleasures. What do I do it for? I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. What God has up in store. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. But now I used to be the judge. What is the there? Okay. What was it? There was like another. Hold on, wasn't something about measure? Like I'm thinking. I used to be the judge. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. God has up in store. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. Okay, hold on. Think that I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. Yep, there you go. That's closer to the scale because it's Arabic. If I'm not mistaken, I'm doing the Arabic scale.
Only earthly pleasures. I let him change the course. That didn't sound good. I let him change the course. Pleasures, measures, treasures. I let him change the course. Need earthly treasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I let him change the course. Don't need earthly treasures. I let him change the course. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I let him change course. I don't need earthly treasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. Earthly treasures. Only earth. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I let him change the course. I don't need earthly treasures. I let him change the course. I don't need earthly treasures. I let him change the course. I don't need earthly treasures. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I let him change the course. I don't need earthly treasures. I don't need earthly treasures. I don't need earthly treasures. I used to be so bored. And waste my precious time. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. Let me see, man.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store.
The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? We all gotta stop it, readjust our optics, stop the photoshopping, cropping out our guidance, breaking down our logic, breaking down our morals. We don't need the Bop House, they should be more modest. We should be more honest, we need him more than ever.
We need him more than ever.
Know the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever.
Jesus Christ forever.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures, I let him change the course, I don't need earthly treasures and waste my precious time. The word has been my sword. The word has been our sword. The word has been a sword, deception we can slice. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword. Dude, what is going on? Wee woo's out today, bro. That's not good. It's probably because I hit my shin really hard last night when I was working, bro. It was like I'm pushing a cart and it just stopped. Like I'm full force pushing a cart down and it just stopped, and I like, here's the cart, here's my shin. Like just, I'm pretty sure it's bruised. Like I looked at it, it's a little bruised, but it hurt. It still hurts from last night. And I went and I hit the step climber last night, and then today I did legs. So I was just like, bro, I was extra careful on legs today. I was not trying to destroy them. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword. Deception we can slice. Because I wasn't going to say deceivers. Don't kill anybody. No murder. This is not the Old Testament. God is not giving us that provision. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword, deception we can slice. I let him change the course, I don't need earthly. I let him change the course, I don't need earthly treasures. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword, deception we can slice. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword, deception we can slice. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword, deception we can slice. Cut it, cut it, cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Nice. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Dang. Precious time, the word has been a sword. Deception we can slice. Cut it, cut it, cut it. We didn't do it. Been a sword. Deception we can slice. Cut it, cut it, cut it. We don't need it. Cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth. Authentically. Cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Shut it. Shut it. Shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. All right. Deception we can slice. Cut it, cut it, cut it. When I'm truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Done it, done it, done it, done it. Okay, shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Wow, wow, wow. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it. Love it. cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Yeah. Cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust is always knowing. By your side, he'll never leave. Huh. Trust him, trust him, trust him. I think that's one of the hardest things. It's like knowing God's there, but then trusting him. Trusting that he's going to provide. And there's times where it's hard because there's certain things where it's like you have to take action. You have to take action. And you're just like, oh, dude, I'm going to mess this up. But you got to trust him. I think that's one of my biggest challenges. Maybe not for other people, but for me, for sure. Deception we can slice. Cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By your side, he'll never leave. Cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Cut it, cut it, cut it. I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it. Hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him. Even those who don't believe. Trust him. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By your side, he'll never leave. We should be more honest. We need him more than ever.
We need him more than
who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By your side, he'll never leave. Trust him, trust him. Trust him. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By your side, he'll never leave. Leave. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By your side, he'll never leave. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. Even though. Love it, love it, love it. Even those who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By his side, you'll never. Dang it. Who don't believe, who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By his side, he'll never leave. We should be who don't believe. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By his side, he'll never leave. We should be more honest. Trust him, trust him, trust him. By trust him, trust him, trust him. By his side, he'll never leave. We should be more honest. We need him more than ever.
We need him more than ever.
Know the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever.
Jesus Christ forever.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. What do you need? We should be more honest. We need Him more than ever.
We need Him more than ever.
Yeah. We need Him more than ever. Yeah. Okay, I might have to save that for later. Man, I'm gonna play this from the top because I'm like real close and I gotta get dressed and take a shower and go worship. Sounds good. I'm gonna play it from the top though. This one, definitely the most interesting. I'm going to call this one More Than Ever. We need Him more than ever. We need Him more than ever. Yep. Okay, I'm going to save live set as Myron the Disciple. And you know what's crazy? I have other songs too that are done and ready to go. So I like have a full album. I just got to start dropping at this point. This is like at least I have at least 10, 15 songs. So it's just like going through and piecing what's the best, what's going to be the stuff worth putting out there. Because I feel like all of it's good, like quality-wise, but it just may not be the best songs I've done. And I think that's another struggle every musician has, is that we make music, we like it at first, then we hate it, and then we listen to it and we're like, nah, could be better, this and that, and then you're like, oh, I like it again. And then you probably hate it again. Like, it just is that constant change of heart on your own songs, because you're like, I like what this did, but then there's like, it's far few in between that you find one that's like, dude, this is it, this is the one.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it cause it pays.
I started using this one, bro. This is such a good free plugin.
What God has up in store.
The world has gotten strange, they'll do it for the fame. Just give them 15 minutes, they'll do it on the frame. They live for fleshly things, what is to really gain when all your jewelry and cars ain't worth some pocket change? We all gotta stop it, readjust our optics, stop the photoshopping, cropping out our guidance, breaking down our logic, breaking down our morals. We don't need the Bop House, they should be more modest. We should be more honest, we need Him more than ever.
We need Him more than ever.
Know the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever.
Jesus Christ forever.
What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord, doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor, doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store. I used to do it for only earthly pleasures. I let Him change the course, I don't need earthly treasures. I used to be so bored and waste my precious time. The word has been a sword, deception we can slice. Cut it, cut it, cut it, I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it, hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it, even those who don't believe. Trust Him, trust Him, trust Him, by His side He'll never leave. We should be more honest, we need Him more than ever.
We need Him more than ever.
Okay, hold on, I gotta fix that. Cut it, cut it, cut it, I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it, hypocrites and Pharisees. Love it, love it, love it, even those who don't believe. Trust Him, trust eyes. Cut it, cut it, cut it, I want truth authentically. Shut it, shut it, shut it, hypocrites and Pharisees.
love it, even those who don't believe. Trust him, by your side he'll never leave. We should be more honest, we need him more than ever. We need him more than ever. Know the Son of God is Jesus Christ forever. Jesus Christ forever. What do you do it for? Doing it for the Lord. Doing it for the chains, or doing it for the poor. Doing it cause it pays, or doing it for the Lord. Either way we can't change what God has up in store.
Woo! Alright, I'm gonna do that no vocals. Play it from the top again with that master chain, and then probably call this stream for today. Yeah, dude. All right. Well, thank you so much for watching this stream. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate everybody who popped through. If you want to say hi, go ahead, drop a comment, drop a like. Appreciate y'all. Myron the Disciple, more coming out soon. I think I've tagged that YouTube page, but I have some things currently built for that. Like, I've already got some stuff. So keep that in mind. There's going to be more Myron the Disciple type content coming out. Definitely still going to do songwriter support. And I've just been thinking about, like, how do I make a good long form video? Like, and actually make this channel help people with the songwriting side of things. You know, help them understand that, like, you can use there's so many different ways you can songwrite and still be a believer and not compromise your morals, but also understand your rights, understand, like, you know, we need to question everything and not just think that everything that everybody does when they deal with the industry is demonic or, you know, wrong. It's like we need to actually have some evidence here to back our claims up, because I know we have the Word of God, absolutely, and that's going to slice through any deception. But what we don't have with some people is context. And a lot of times the devil is in the details of what's in these contracts. That's what I've noticed. Is it's never really the person, or maybe even a lot of times it's like the person not knowingly compromising their morals. Really, a lot of times it's like them not understanding that this was part of the contract. This is the deal you signed. And then being like, what? I signed that? Because they were illiterate and they didn't want to read their contract. Or they didn't hire a lawyer and understand that, like, this is what you're getting into. Or worse, they got the lawyer that the label paid off. So basically, that lawyer is already on the side of the label and is telling them, yeah, you should sign this because this, this, and this. And the lawyer gets a cut of that deal. Like a lot of times they do. Managers, lawyers, people like that. So you got to be mindful of whatever you sign, whatever you do with legal documentation. Because that's where the devil lies, is in the details. It's never always an upfront thing, or like, oh yeah, you got to give your butthole or sacrifice somebody to be in our cult. Like, it's not, it doesn't start out that way. Like even Freemasonry, at a very low level, a lot of them are not doing the very extreme stuff. It's only when you get up to the higher degrees that you realize what's actually going on. So that's why we need to pray for people. We need to pray for discernment. We need to understand, like, where is, just because we see something doesn't mean we know the full story and we know the full picture. And that's why we shouldn't judge the situation. But once we gather enough evidence, now we can make a sound judgment. Now we can look at this more objectively and be like, are these people really compromising? Or is there just a story that's not being told because we don't have the full picture? We don't have every piece of evidence to conclusively say, like, this was a bad decision. This is compromise. This is basically something that destroyed a gift that, or really like them praising the Lord in a way. Because I've heard Forrest's music. It seems like he hasn't compromised anything with his beliefs. But it's made me wonder, like, what's the more concerning thing? Is it gonna be down the line, like you get bigger and then you gotta tone down the Jesus? Or is it like the real problem actually is him not actually having control of the money in a way that would allow him to do better things for the kingdom of God? And that's ultimately, I think, the big question that I have with all of that is, like, realizing that there's opportunity with tons of artists, and a lot of them have that relationship with God, but we just don't know what's really behind the scenes. And I think we genuinely should be concerned that it doesn't go awry, because it could be an opportunity to spread the gospel, but it also could be an opportunity for you to not do it as authentically as you should be doing it, because now you have to listen to somebody who paid you and made merchandise of you, literally. So, on that note, God bless y'all. Thank you for hopping in on the stream. I love y'all. See y'all next Wednesday. I'm going to try and aim for 1 o'clock. If I'm closer to 2, I'm sorry. I probably woke up late. I'm just preparing me for future me to show up next Wednesday, no problem. So, God bless y'all. Have a wonderful day. Take care.